Right. I'm gonna be real, I'm not mentally prepared for this. But since has that ever stopped me? Being mentally unprepared just means you get more unhinged reactions, which is what everyone cares about, so, you know. Confirm you can hear me. It's good to hear. I mean, yeah, you should be changing your opinions post first impressions. We got stutteries, that's good. Google Slides. Oh, right, of course, the anti-doxing shoe bill. Who could forget? Warm minutes before the start time. Oh boy. Okay, round two, baby. Where's the sheets? I forgot the sheets. Right. Confirm you can see that. Confirm it's nice quality. It's not pixely to shit and back. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not mentally prepared for this, so geek equip moment. But yes, hello. Round two. Fucking. Who the fuck needs introductions when we have, yeah, huggers? Yeah, we're doing all the ones that we skipped last time because you did this in the inferior format. Okay, I'll bow to your wisdom. Honestly. Notice how I didn't even care. I didn't even care they might have gotten doxed because the pro doxing shoe bill is here. I'm fucking done. And all scary cards. In your opponent's deck, move 5 spaces up. Advanceables. Okay, if a scary is on your opponent's field, lose 15 of power. If not existing, your opponent shuffle a turd onto the bottom of their deck. What was it? Just shuffle the bottom. You just put a bot. You just put a Ted in there. You know? But okay. What's a scary? Hooked, 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 hooked. Hooked, 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 hooked. No scaries. Okay, I'd have to like actually like read what a scary is. Okay, haunt. That's not scary. Unless this is a scary. What's a scary? Am I just stupid? Okay, that makes me not stupid. Corner card, one written victim. Cautious explorer. Oh. Wow! Something that will hang on. No. Meanwhile, pro-doxing shoe bill, one moment. Pro-doxing shoe bill. Meanwhile, oh, would you look at that? Wasn't that so fucking easy on the Mer group? Wow. Wasn't that so easy? Inferior format, my ass. Right, where were we? Right. Ted! Zombify, no play, immune to division. That's interesting. Why is this thing immune to division? When this card enters your hand, put it in play, draw a card. Right. Okay, so bounce strats are fun with this, but this is against the opponent stuff, so. When this card leaves play, all of my fighters in play and your opponent's hand each have power, so if a copy this card, also bomb your deck, 200 more health and power. Snuggles! When this card enters your hand, put it in play, draw a card. When this card leaves play, show the top 2 non-scary cards off your deck. Your opponent draws 2 cards. Shuffle a copy of this card onto the bottom of your deck. That's a lot of text. Every opponent's standing go 2,000 power. 2,000 power, okay. That's powerful. Did this have to hand buff? Did this have to hand buff? It is knock amoeba, but it's knock amoeba on the opponent, and also it's only given by cards that have costs. So it is a somewhat acceptable knock amoeba. Somewhat. When knock amoeba, the reason why knock amoebas are such a problem to have this diatribe again is because cards are balanced, assuming that like some things that like milling cards, for instance. Yeah, Dredge is fucking awesome once. It's awesome once, Booch. It's awesome once. And then it's like it stops being awesome, you know? Wow, I played like 0 lands in my deck, and I just like mill my entire deck and kill you on turn 1. Fun! Once. It's not healthy for the long-term existence of the game. Anyway, Now that I'm 4 tangents deep, Ted, in your hand. In your hand? I guess it could be in your hand. All of them. Okay, but force! Damn, okay. Boat out here saying it's okay to kill people because medics exist. Yada yada yada. Ted, 200 of power, shove copper scope, shove dick, 200 more health and power. What with your deck? 200 more health and power. So it would be a 500 challenge Ted, then a 700 Ted, then a. Okay. That's interesting. Notice that this thing scales, but this one doesn't. I do like these artworks. What's that? Lunatic Law Seeker is. It's a mess, but it's my type of mess, you know? Okay. So, okay, advanceables. So, I think the historical record has demonstrated that advancing as a mechanic wasn't that good. Like, it was worth it, but, this is not the competition. The competition isn't Myth Hazard. Schmill. It was supposed to be on February before, that little cavalcade at the end of the Doomspire curse, but yeah, I think advanceables, the historical record has said that they're not particularly great. It's not say clunky, but it does feel that way. Like, advancing doesn't feel like you're doing anything a lot of the time. And so I do feel like Haunting here is also going to have that same feeling. Additionally, because it's always 5 safe ups, it leads to what's the phrase? It leads to really precise math calculations that the opponent has to do. Of, okay, you've haunted this many times, so this card is going to be in this position of the deck. So that's not necessarily a problem. Like, I think you can just play like advanceable, like by extension this, without giving a shit, and it is trackable. But it definitely has been an irritation with advanceable. It's tanky. If that I think is like the phrase we'll use. It's tanky. Like, people just like start thinking and doing these raw calculations that are mounted. Is that a fucking shoe bill in the audience? Yo. Okay. This card dies for health. That's not particularly red feeling effect. Health gain, like, it's a starter. You know, it costs white. That doesn't feel like a red effect. You know. Most cards cast Haunt, target infected loses 100 power. That's a more blue effect. Yeah, these both feel like, yeah. Highly hooked fighter dies, Haunt. Notably, it is worth noting. It is worth noting. What's the phrase I'm going to say? This is the group is called Hugged, which is a bit weird when these are very clearly pre-hugged human beings. You know? Hooked, there you go. But these are pre-hugged. When Scott's cast, a free fighter dies turn, Haunt, both players draw a card. Okay. I like this. Storage is damage to all enemy fighters. For every fighter destroyed this way, Haunt. Again, you're doing that square scaling thing where you already have a benefit to, like, having your opponent's fighters die, because they're dead. When people are dead, they can't fight you. And so, giving rewards for the card being really powerful, it just wipes a whole board, I think it's a bit awkward. I do like there are times it's like kind of interesting. Like the low damage here does mean you get to do like Reckless Recruiter things. I love Reckless Recruiter, by the way. There's a reason I don't nerf that card because I fucking love it. I fucking love like this like small play lines it generates. We have to like just like edge into like small health thresholds and actually get the first block. Or just power buff it. But you know. So yeah, I do think cheap jump scare. That level of scaling is like really nutty. I think I would prefer like just like a little bit more damage. Probably like raise the cost if you're doing that. A little bit more damage, so it's actually like more generally useful. But you only get one haunt if like something dies. I think that's probably a better way of doing it because you play this against Dogs and it's just. Although then again, even though like saying that, yeah, then again, haunt is like not an effect you actually want to do multiple times. Strangely enough. So, hmm, I'm. Hmm. Yeah, actually no. No, the Scud actually should probably be fine. No, actually, no. Think about it more. Like it does actually dodge all the like the stuff. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Actually, I'm just talking out my arse in this one case. So that's actually good to hear. Okay. Cheap jump scare survived the allegations. Test domain. Yep, that's fine. Look at if I give it a 5. You've haunted this turn. The fight can find both players draw a card. Draws are scary. Touch a target fighter. Why? He's actually gears. Hmm. Red blue getting like top of deck manipulation for the opponent. I guess they could have it. This is more yellow thing, in my opinion, than like red blue. But I would tolerate it. Hmm. I think this got a little bit anemic. That's a word I don't. What does that word even mean? It has reduced ability of blood to carry oxygen. Sure, fuck it. Okay. This card. I think this card's a bit anemic. Let's just use actual words rather than like a fancy one there. I think this card doesn't do enough. There we go. I don't think it does enough. Not in the sense that it's too weak. Because, like, it does have, like, that health gain. So it's not, like, useless. But I do think it's not pulling its weight in terms of synergies in the deck. I think this card probably wants to look at the top 3 cards and, like, put one on top. Or something like that. Something that just feels like it's more generally useful. Because right now, this only does something if it actually has a scary. Oh, but Ma, you can, like, see what they're not going to draw. Fuck off. Um, so yeah, hmm. Notably, these are, like, really, like, kind of nitpicks. These are nitpick kind of quibbles, which does indicate this is actually going to do quite well as a group. I'm not going, oh, this just fundamentally doesn't work. I'm going, like, this card's a little bit, this card's, probably fine. Once you show when you haunt out a Hulk fighter in graveyard, the start of this game, so this card is 50/50 gear. I would also complain. I would, as in I'm not going to. I would complain this deck doesn't have a lot of what's the phrase? Group blocking. Except it does because the group block is right here, and that group block is so. Oh wait, no. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, that's not group blocked at all. Oh, this might actually be a serious problem then. Hang on. Horn, horn, horn. Horn, horn, horn. Horn, horn, horn. Hmm. Oh, starter that has deep power. Oh. Oh, this starter sucks going first. This starter sucks going first. Oh. Like, in principle, I guess you could say, like, you would have to haunt a lot. Like, what? Let's see, they would have, like, 33 cards in deck, well, 32 cards in deck. So you haunt that, then it's, like, 6 triggers of haunt? 6 triggers of haunt in order to actually make the thing do something. Hmm. Hmm. Whenever an enemy scary dies, goes up and go, like, it's feigning. Touch a haunt, touch a hook fighting grade, outside against this card. Once an enemy scary fight dies, shuffle like snuggles up CMD. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think that this is a very solidly made group, I would say, just on first impressions. Solidly made. I'm not massively high on it, but it is solidly made. It's something that I'm struggling to find massive weaknesses in. So I think just for that. No, da. God damn you, pro-doxing Shoebill, you almost got away with it. Right. I've gone over half of them. Vampire time. All the way at the bottom. You know, just saying that. What the fuck does that word mean? Voilum. Voilum. You know? What the fuck does that word mean? I'm gonna have so much fun like learning what the fuck that means. Alright, where were we? Vampires. Yes, you're not winning pro-doxing Shoebill. Mm. He ate them. Oh, this is the one. Hang on. Let me check Judge Chat real quick. Ah, yes. The audience said this is like, this doesn't follow any of the briefs. Where, no, it does. This is like, it's quite borderline. Like, the rule is, can I tell what the original is from this? And the answer to that is yes, I can. Um, so, like, yeah. Okay, let's have fun. Inherit. Throw a target at a fighter, attach a copy to this card as a gear. Okay, that's pretty simple. Note this has really fun things with once each turn effects. Where you go, once each turn, whenever your opponent does something, whenever you do something, then you inherit and just refresh the once each turn. I hope I see something like that. I see a thrice each turn there. Also, that's so much fucking text! Huh! It's so much text. There's text shrinkage. Look how much text is here, right? Look how much text is here. Look at how much text is. Look at the size of it, right? Then look over here. It's smaller. It's smaller. Shriveled. That text is shriveling. Okay, when I was going to text out in a new game. Whenever this card attacks, okay, so it can't attack, fair enough, but like, wait, no, because it can just kill itself, can't it? No, so it's another target ally, so it can't kill itself. Okay, Vampiric Initiative says no to suicide for the cause, but when it dies, you gain 2 stuns, 2, 3 white, 2 stuns, red, red. Maple Collector is sobbing. Maple Collector is sobbing right now. To be fair, Maple Collector has been sobbing for a while. But come on! Alcard's Livestock of Retrovania. That's a nice name, Retrovania. That's actually like, that does work on the spot. Has good mouthfeel, Retrovania. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Inherit. So when this dies, you get red G, which attaches as a gear to get red G. Now that interaction is cool. It's also fucking busted. Ooh. Okay. When this card dies, attached by your control, all I gain plus 0 plus 50. On a 1 drop, we have this type of mass power gain. When this card dies or attached to a fighter you control, so die, get the buff, then be attached, and then get the buff. But only get the buff to itself once. Powerful card. Whenever this card is cast or attacks, inherit. Draw a card if the fighter was green, otherwise when a green card is card without this effect. Okay. Sure. Bit of card draw, bit of like Saki stuff. I think the people who like this really like the host forms as Vakarataja. And I agree, I also like the host forms as Vakarataja, but yeah, it's Vakarataja. Next, what's going to happen is someone's going to go, wait, that's how you pronounce quick ticket? God, my day's ruined. Vampiric Godsman. Yeah, I get. Okay, this more looks a bit more normal. A bit more normal. I think this is Raving Rascal. Probably a stronger Raving. Is this better or worse than Raving Rascal? One moment, I have to burp. God, my sternum. Right. I'll say inherit is a bit of a weird keyword here. You know? Not in terms of like it's his name, it's a bit weird. So on one end, the aristocracy. The gold aristocracy. What's the phrase? This does not get DQ'd because this does actually match the brief. It's a little bit of a stretch, but I'm willing to accept it. Also, what do you mean you made the mistake of, like, every card here has an artwork, so I don't... Yeah, so, like, he clearly is, like, eating them, right? So why can't you go something like feast, or consume, or drink, or... Bruh, down your shirt, really? Down the shirt? Down the shirt. Fucking call it coagulate for all I care. It could be a moist coagulation. Ha 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 ha, I'm so funny at referencing previous group comps. Right, when choose inherit, when it's destroy them, draw 2 cards. Whenever IFI attacks survives, choose to inherit it. Once when two them will get. I am noticing people seem to keep like color coding in different elements of the card. I am wondering if that's something I should just do in the main game. Because it does seem to be like a common thing. And I mean I personally don't like it, especially when it's done inconsistently. Why is this choose to inherit it? Why is that colored in, but not summon a copy of this card without this effect? Like, if you're going to do it, be consistent, and I don't think you're being consistent right now. Alright. Whenever if I choose to inherit it... Okay, so I think... Should we summon here? So attach this card if it was a vampire, otherwise someone like a stock. That's already like a lot of text, and whenever a vampire attacks, all text everyone gets a target fighter. That is a Doomspire card, derogatory. Doomspire card, derogatory. That's a fun one. Okay, this probably wants a bit more token gen. In here, if you just destroyed a fighter... Oh, I've had... Wait, why isn't this just... What's wrong with this just... Yeah, hang on. What's wrong with this just giving allied vampires the power, like the stat buff? Like, why does it need the if this destroyed the fighter? This already is a lot of text. Why does this need the if destroyed the fighter bit? In fact, why does it even need this bit? Right? Whenever this 3 more gears attached to this card, why not just combine this into one single abomination of an effect? Whenever this card attacks inherit, then if there's 3 more gears attached to this card, destroy them, your opponent loses 350 life. There you go. Clean. Elegant. You already have Dexterous. You already have Haste if you've inherited, even though you want to inherit this card anyway. Non-blue Dexterous is like... In red-green, in red-green that's a sin. If any colour gets Dexterous and not blue, it has to be yellow. We can kind of argue red for like a vote, but I think the Dexterous here is just not needed at all. You know what would be nice for a card like this? Overload. Twice your turn, whenever you cast no fighter, choose to inherit it. If you do, give yourself a common or uncommon vampire fighter, you gain 3 free life. Okay. Whenever 6 more gears attached to this card, destroy them. All the vampires get to have a power, unlock them. Okay, so you're doing the Claymaker thing. Give a common or uncommon vampire fighter, you gain 3 life. So when you cast a fighter, you inherit it, which is attached to this to give you another card and you gain life. Yep, so just nom. The menuing this card is going to be a little bit annoying. Whenever 6 more gears attached to this card, destroy them, all the vampire game and unlock them. So you already have like the mass health buff here. Why do you need a health buff here? And like, even then, this thing is like giving you so much health, like you don't really need the second effect. You know? One thing I would also want is something that I would probably, if I was making this group, I would be evil, and I would do enemy inherit just once. When this card is cast, inherit. This can inherit enemy fighters. Because, vampires. You know what vampires do? They eat people. I want to eat my opponents. I want to consume them. Stopping myself. Thank God. Right. Am I sure I'm not a terrorist? No. I'm not a terrorist. Okay, I'm not a terrorist. I am an ideological zealot. There you go. Right, Retrovania Elders. Choose inherited. Okay. Yeah. I think there's some, a lot of text problems here. There's a lot of text problems. This core mechanic is fine. It's something that makes sense. It's quite sensible. It's weirdly named. So I'm going to give this a C+. You're not winning this time, Paradoxing Shoe Bill. Oh, right, also, F in chat, Retrovania Elder. In memory of Chadwick. Rest in peace, Chadwick. You will be missed. You are the microplastics. I'm joking, you're a turtle. No, you really have microplastics. F in chat, microplastics. Joke that will not make sense to these new gens. Right, I need to go to the toilet. Now, last time we had some breaks. We had some problems last time, didn't we? Given Crazy Frog deciding to jump scare us, and given a little bit of epilepsy. So I'm going to put on something that will definitely not be a problem to anyone. Guaranteed. Okay? See you in a bit.
Upset or dad is stressed. It's their time to stop and take a breath. It's not healthy to stay upset. So next time that you feel the need.
False alarm on the pissing front. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Nickville Theatre. Where's the ends? Yes, yes, I'm onto your schemes, anti-doxing, pro-doxing shoe bill. God damn it! I called you a more sensible brother, didn't I? Alas. Well, the Okay. 21 deck slots. Oh, it's gonna be quite light then. During a step over X, so if reflects against puts against your hand. If it has a colour, plus 2 against everything. Hear me out, right? You just don't make colourless studs. You just don't make colourless cards of Imagine. You just save a line of text. Why are you making colourless cards of Imagine? You could just save a whole line of text. Come on. Come on. Prop Manager. When this card's cast, put the sword in the stone in your base plate with sword and stone. Imagine 5. Okay, so hang on, imagine 5. First off, imagine 25. Ooh, imagine 25. Woo! Okay, imagine 25 and in base plate. Okay, right, so imagine 5. So this is just ramp. Blue ramp. Ramp and green, you know, it's green-blue ramp. Who cares? That's the colour combination that gets to ramp. Is it in a combination? No, because like it puts a studling in the base plate. So when you get to base plate rank 5, which is in, let's see, turn 2, because you cast this. Yeah, so you go second, turn 1, cast 2 of these. That gets you to base plate rank 4. Then you discard a card for like base plates. That gets you to rank 5. Yeah. That gets you to rank 5. So end of turn, these cards return. They don't gel on the first turn, thank God. They don't gel on the first turn, but then they get into hand, so you draw them. They're not in base plate, of course, but it's fine. And you get the 2 studlings in the base plate. So this will turn 2, if you cast 2 of them, turn 2, give you 2 blue in base plate for turn 2. Plus the 1 card turn 3, turn 2, plus the 1 card turn 1. That is 4 base plate gem. So that's 4 base plate gem. It's also is infinite imagine. Yes. That is an but I'm just going to presume that's in internal zones. Because let's be real. Let's be real. That's like a really trivial borderline basic bitch fix. You know? Like, yes, okay, minor ding for points for not noticing that, but come on. Come on. Be nice. Not everyone can be as autistic about their own game systems as I, despite the fact I haven't touched this game systems in quite a while, and actually like don't know some of the weirder interactions, which I probably should. Also, thank you for like giving this like the correct spelling. I can't but notice one of your people were a Yank. I smell a Yank in here. So like huh. Why is it spelled theatre like that? Hmm? I'm telling. I'm telling. The Yanks are here. I'm telling. Anyway. So, already not off to a great start given this plus this, but We'll see. Loving parents. Well, that's how you know this is a Doomspire place, isn't it? Let's see. No, it's not. Ooh, that is a nice artwork, actually. Why is that? Oh, why'd you put a comment there? No. Did I just dox you by accident? Great. Thank you for doxing She-Bill. Now check there's no other comments and I'm going to get hit by. If I wanted to be a complete arsehole, that broke anonymity, but meh. Right, put 2 cheering skellies into your base plate. Okay, what's 2 cheering skellies? These things, which are white. Again, why? Just don't make them white. Just don't make them white. I can see why, because you're going like, oh wait, hang on. That's double base plate ramp. That's kind of insane. But like, you already did that. What's a bit more? So like, yeah, I don't think these should be white, you know? Like, if it's such a problem, okay, just don't even have the put a stud thing of its colour in there. Right, where are we at? Okay, so we have like a decent start suite that's a little bit too powerful, but that's fine. So let's put a copy card in your base plate, except the player has imagined 12. Cool. A little bit infinite for my tastes. A little bit infinite for my taste. I want that imagine number to be a bit higher if we're going to do loops like this, but works. When this card's cast, let's try your base plate to put into your grave plate. This card is cool, actually. So I'll give plus there. Select a card in your graveyard to put into your base plate, except it's not in there. When this card is cast, select a card in your graveyard to put into your base plate, except it's a note in there. Yeah, basic effect. Have fun with Cosmic Crack. Except not really, because cracks obliterate themselves. Yeah. Defender. When this card is cast, summon a copy of this card from your base plate. When this card dies, put a copy of this card into your base. When this card is cast, put this card from the base plate. Okay, so it's doing the vagabond things. We've got vags in chat, right? When this card dies, put a copy of this card into your base plate. When it dies, it gets in there, as imagine 12. Okay. A little bit complicated for like not much gain. I'll also note that I'm not seeing much reason to actually play this as a group right now. Is there any reason to play Necro Theatre as a group? I'm not seeing a single reason to, unless it's in here. No, this group is entirely not group locked. Which again, it's better to be too open than too restrictive. But this group being too open means what's going to happen is I'm going to not play any of these cards, and I'm just going to play Prop Banter instead in like my GB stall lists. I think that's a miss. Select 3 cards in your graveyard to punch your basics that they are not in there. When this card's cast, put a card in your hand to your base plate, imagine 8. Whenever a card leaves your base plate, summon and Cheering Skellies. And Cheery Skellies. What are the stats on that thing? It summons a 300. Okay. I mean, this is kind of the interesting about like Imagine here, because when the Scholar's cast, put something in there in Imagine. Sounds like downside, it kind of is, but then you just get it back in the ramp. So it's not actually downside. You're taking a early game hit for late game payoff. Okay. When this card dies, put Deus Ex Machina on your base plate. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I don't think this quite has the level of imagination to work there. When the Skull's cast leaves base plate, summon 2 Cheering Skellies. When the Skull leaves base plate, that's a little bit scary. Okay. Okay. That was actually quite an easy, quick review. Yeah. Yeah, I think that like the straightness of this group, that is gonna be fucking misinterpreted, is kind of a problem. A lot of these are like decent designs. Like Dreadman's Castle. I like Dreadman's Castle. I like. Oh wait, is that not Monty's turn? Never mind. I hate Dreadman's Castle. I hate Dreadman's Castle. It's not Monty's turn. 6 feet understudy. Satchcon. Dreadman Navrin, the King of Evils. Teacher, head director. Okay. Yeah, yeah, a lot of his cards is a little bit too simplist. Not no, that's not the word. It's the fact it's not group blocked. This group is not group blocked at all, which means it's just going to get taken apart to bits, which is fine in a small amount, but I think is a problem if it's the entire group. Because why would I print a group if it's actively bad for me to run all of them together and not just like take apart bits? You know. But there's good ones here. I like Backstage Crew. I like Dreadman Revival. This card's powerful. I don't think it's enough to really deal with the issue because it's like 2 copies of a card. And also, like, I actually just don't think Imagine. I mean, I guess Triple Vamp. This card is powerful, actually. Yeah. It's not enough, though. No, it's not enough. So I think that's this is C minus. Although there's nothing like glaringly wrong with this group, other than of course, mwah. But okay, I'll be nice. Trans group when it already exists. Fabricator. Wait, didn't I already do? Hang on. Ah, okay. Well, fuck you. Right, moderate dicks. Where's the M's? Yeah, because you've got fucking mods, and you've got mods, but oh, milks. What the fuck is that L doing there? No, the joke. Oh, come on. Ah, almost like you had it, Prodox and Shoebill, just thanks to my disappointment. Right, embezzle. Choose an innovation gear from a selection of 3 with no effect. Repair, boy, okay. Choose one indicating particularly no effect. Short innovation and reinvention gear target fighter. If you do combine them multi either invention or allowance ultimate gears according to their total cards cost. Right. Is this the Mo format? Oh thank god, oh thank god. Okay, right. When this card dies, embezzle twice. What the fuck is embezzlement do? You okay. Innovation extra V, no effect. Okay. Where the gears are no innovation gear. This is one of those. Those are invention groups, not innovation groups. Come on. Come on. Is that on Duelist format too? What's the card called? Towering Conductor. Where's Towering Conductor? There, come on. Come on. Ah. Okay. My format, okay, is so much easier for me to actually use because you get to see the entire group at once. And it is for that reason, like actually like every single pack that has existed since at least Temple Halo. No, not Temple. No, yeah, Temple Halo had one. So no, but I need pictures to memorize the cards better. Skill issue. Like you're not wrong. Like artwork does like very much like reduce the complexity of like understanding things. Because imagine if Isolated Heater had no artwork. What the fuck with Towering Conductor? Like the artwork does actually help you understand what the fuck is going on, but it's also actually a downside at times because with Mer format you don't get that benefit, which means your thing has to make sense without any aids or visual guides or anything. And can you achieve that? I'm not. No. No. I'm not. No. Am I that mean? Am I that mean, chat? Oh. Sometimes that mean. Well. Eh. Okay. Beep boop. Right. So I am looking for the innovation, reinvention, innovation, reinvention, innovation, reinvention. Okay. Innovation group. Attached to target fighters. That's just health and stats. That's just stats. That's just stats. Okay. Unique in graveyard. Why? I mean, I know why you have that. I guess that means you're making a lot of them. Are you making so many of them this is needed? I hope not. Like, if it is, fair enough, but I hope not. Anyway. Embezzle twice, then attach these gears to a target except switches. So you get the gears that do nothing, except you then select them and then attach them to a target fighter, then do something else. Is there a reason this can't just embezzle twice? Also, how does embezzling give you inventions? Shouldn't this just be like invent, as a keyword? Because you invent an invention, or you innovate an intervention. Innovation, there's the word. So why is it called embezzle? Is this an artwork thing? The isolated natives. Okay. Interesting card name. I am liking these arts. That guy's cute. This is the type of person who has seen the horrors of war. Assemble! Tegalia's repurposers, native of the fallen city. Oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely bit. Island world. Yeah. Oh right, that poll. 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7. There you go. Alright. So innovations. Okay. Let's say whenever you attach an innovation gate to this card, which you can't do from the common because you have to already have the thing in play. So like Why does it have this then attach those gears to a target fighter? Why not just do this? It's such a difficult innovation. Yeah, okay. So if you attach the blue, you get the non-blues. If you attach the yellow, you get the non-yellows. Yeah, fair enough. When this card is cast, embezzle. When this card dies, embezzle. Why are all the simple things here? Actually, that's fine. But why is this card complicated in comparison? Blood. Blood! Also, hang on. What's stopping you from just getting the blue one, discarding the card with 5 to 5 in turn 1? Like, yeah, they're straight up, like, you can't bezel this from a selection of 3, and there's only 3, so that's fine. So you get this, and then you get the blue one, which gives 200 health, then you attach it, and you just have Pixel Flame as a starter. Granted, it costs a stud, so it's not like completely busted, but also a little bit yikey. Little bit yikes there. When card dies, embezzle. Yeah, okay. We'll go target fighter onto target fighter. Do you actually have enough embezzle procs for this? I mean, you have to use like more embezzling here to. Okay, when I just said it's Alpha 2 megas attached to it, repurpose then embezzle. You can't see my eyes right now. You can't see. I need some relaxation. Thank you. Alright. Okay, so repurpose. Destroy all innovation and reinvention gear on a target fighter. If you do, combine them all into either a reinvention or Palmarius Ultima gears. And the Palmarius Ultima gear is where? Am I stupid? I guess I'm stupid. Oh yeah, another reason. Okay. This is Palmarius Ultima groups. Okay. Right. So destroy all innovation into either reinvention or total cost. Okay, so there's 2 bits of degeneracy here. The problem you're going to run into is no. Ultimately, this group is actually this group is actually simple. Weirdly enough, it actually is simple. It's just simple in a way. It's just presented in a way that's overtly complicated, which is itself a downside. Effectively, you get these gears. Okay, you get 3 of them, and if you get all 3 of them, you get a really big. Well, a later point. Okay, based on the combination of gears, you get different things sprouting out from it. It's like Nine the Phantom from BlazBlue. That's the one only A Dev will understand. But it's Nine the Phantom from BlazBlue. Fucking knew you could Nine the Phantom. Fucking knew it. So yeah, I think this is like design team we see quite often. You know, we see dwarves, for instance. Like, hey, get a bunch of like sharp, like scrap bits and make a turret. Wait, what the fuck? What? What? I see. Beep boop. Using a free fleeting turn does not necessarily have innovations. Makes fucking sense. Okay, so like you have a symbol here being like destroy innovations all our fighters and attach that many invasions to the color. Right? So, oh no. 6-8. Alright, hmm. This is gonna be quite a one to chew on. One to chew on. Hmm. I'm gonna give a fighter, once caught in battle, and attached like a chocolate fighter, courage, Okay, right. No, okay, no, okay. The gloves are off. The fucking Murblast is coming on right now. The fucking Murblast is here. Why the fuck does this card go embezzle? But by the way, embezzling, when you embezzle, you can put it into hand. But then you go, oh, by the way, when you embezzle, okay, you attach it to a fighter, except it's plus 50, plus 50. If you keep doing that, it might be the case you want to keep fucking, do that on all the cards and just make it part of the mechanic. Now, I would be fine with this if it was like on legendaries, No, like people love Wonktooth. Bitches love Wonktooth, don't they? I love Wonktooth. But you're doing it on like the starter? You're doing it on the uncommon with a bunch of other things going on? Stop it. Stop. Okay. Repurpose then bezel. Right, so what attached values of purpose then bezel. Which means you have to God. Oh, this is good. The fact it's an end step trigger, okay? This like one bit of repurpose and bezel, okay. Have you seen how long people like take time to seek shinies? And seeking shinies is a fairly simple choice a lot of the time. Just get two of them, and you go, which one you want, which one you want. And these people are like, oh, by the way, on your end step, here's 3 different choices that all lead to like a myriad different calculations. Oh, by the way, you also have to repurpose first, and then you embezzle. Like, holy complex. And this is not the fun type of like complexity. This is like the crunchy type of complexity. You remember Seek being 3 because it was 3 in development. It was used to be 3 and was moved to 2 because testers were taking too long making choices. So I made the choices simpler. Because if the testers, people who play the game, are taking a while, that probably means new players are going to suffer immensely. It's also I added Grab Hammer, by the way. I made Grab Hammer does what it does. Because that card's so simple. Okay, right. So the main also is like how I mean, it's not necessarily a problem they go reinvention and reinvention. Then you go like get this token that then does this thing. And it's also like this card and this card are really similar. They're all like kind of similar cards. I'd expect a bit more diversity in options. Give me diversity. It's Pride Month. But yeah, like the fact that this is a buff, this is a buff, this is a buff, and like I do think that it detracts from everything. Like, where's the card draw? Does this have like any card flow, like at all? Draw? No card draw. Recur? No recursion. Search? No searching. Copy? I guess. So we've got no card flow. We've got no way of actually like replacing all things. Which, that's not necessarily that bad a problem. Because, like, we got fucking yellow, we got blue, we got green. I think this is a group which has a good design seed. Which, well, actually being blue-yellow with no draw isn't necessarily a problem. because it's in blue-yellow. Just play the blue-yellow cards. Just play the blue-yellow cards. It's not a problem. But I would appreciate some inbuilt. So yeah, I think this group is like being too technical right now. But I think like the core idea is good. It's not executed well. How would I execute this better? What I would do is I would cut inventions. Or like, what I would probably do is find some way of making it so you only have repurpose as your keyword. That's probably how the direction I would take. So, for instance, that would mean that when you repurpose, you destroy all the gears on a fighter and faff about with their colours and then get another better gear. And then what you do is you'd give non-token gears in the deck of colours that can also be given out en masse. And that would lower the complexity burden, so you're not going repurpose, then embezzle. Okay. Fun little test, okay. Okay, a litmus test. Replace like a keyword with gibberish and see how like the card feels, you know? So like during your end step, if there's an allied fighter with 2 gears attached to it, Piss Nugget then Scrimble Fart. Doesn't feel good. Now when they're attached to it, Piss Nugget, that's fine, you know? People Piss Nugget all the time. But Piss Nugget then Scrimble Fart, that's a bit, you get a bit lost in that, don't you? So I do think I do think, yeah, because like right now I'm like the developer of the game, and my eyes are like slowly glazing what's actually happening here, which does imply you've gone too far. Yeah, not today, Podoxing Shoe Bell. One moment, the Podoxing Shoe Bell is fighting me. Podoxing Shoe Bell has hands. Eh. Sleuths! I'm never saying it like that again. I am sorry. I'm not sorry. Okay, yes, hello, Podoxing Shoe Bell. Who's a good Podoxing Shoe Bell? Who's a good Podoxing Shoe Bell? Am I going to hell? Probably. Simple slop enjoyer. Oh, yeah. Me. So me. With the Assassino Cappuccino. Okay, something good is going on here. Yeah, whoever the artist is for this, they got chops. They got fucking chops and a half. Lead. A gear that scales its power when you discard and converts its power to unlocked overloaded confrontations. No template available, thank you. Okay. Once your turn, whenever you cast a fighter, give yourself a lead. What's a lead? And then when discarded, when you discard your first asset card, this gains a plus 100 plus stat bonus. When you discard your third card in turn, okay, that's a lot of discarding. So an unlocked confrontation with cards. So already nested keyword. Nested keyword, not off to a great start. Whenever you cast a fighter, give yourself a gold. What does gold do? Okay, it summons a confrontation. What does a confrontation do? It just gives overload. Blood. Blood! Wait, no, it summons... Okay, so that's a confrontation. Sorry, the concept of confrontation is a fighter? Is that what I'm hearing? The concept of a confrontation is a fighter. Okay, I get it, I get it. I don't get it, come on. Why is it called a confrontation? Can't it could be like, you know, like a raiding mobster or like something? Okay. Okay, right. So what is determined if you cast a fighter, give yourself bronze. Right. Grizzle Gumshoe, during a step, if this card's unattached, attached a pewter to it. Otherwise, each go on it gains +0/+1 stat bonus. Okay. +0/+1 stat bonus. That's a powerful. That's actually quite a powerful card. Is it powerful actually? I'm like it does nothing like turn things down, but I think when this card is cast or whenever it attacks, give yourself steal. Okay, so we've got all the basic shit happening right now. That's good to hear. We got the basic shit. Thank you, Shark. Well, I do think a more when an air confrontation dies, just take for a sleuth. Sleuth. So whenever a confrontation dies, so when you stop confronting, get a sleuth. Okay. Okay. When it has fire, attach a lead to it. Thrice each turn, whenever an allied confrontation attacks, unlock it. That's once ever, and that's thrice, and that's the first and second time each turn. That's not twice each turn, that's just when you discard the first and second time. So that's not each turn. And that has to be when you discard your third card. Why can't it be when you've discarded 3 or more cards each turn? I mean, I guess because like he gives, I can kind of understand why actually. It's like it does reek of inelegance where this is once each turn, that's thrice each turn, that's once ever, that's once each turn, and this is more. Hmm. Hmm. Most cards gives 2 leads. Oh no, whenever there's a confrontation, this and it to gain 100 power. Okay. Double the stats of each gear of a target fighter. Give yourself a fleeting copy of each gear on it with the current stats. Okay. Attach Cobalt to all our fighters. Right. There's no way. There. Okay, no. Lead is like. Okay, no. Like. Osmium is a powerful card. It's not so powerful that it's this cost to attach to everything. Come on. Like, I'd rather just have an 800, you know? When this card attacks, attach a. God, how do I keep the joke going? Fuck. I've ran out of metals. Attach a platinum. There we go. To a target fighter. It gains +0/+50 stat bonus. Fruits zinc in all allied zones. Oh, whenever a confrontation attacks. Not an allied confrontation, so the mirror match is spicy again. Okay. Hmm. I don't actually think this is a bad mechanic on the face of it. On the face of it, this is not a bad mechanic. These are some really, really good artworks that do an excellent job of demonstrating what the fuck is going on here. You slop enjoyer, you mind control machiner, you quixotic founder. I hate quixotic as a word. Okay? My main problem with quixotic is it's a word that people use solely to make them sound smart and that they know what words are. Quixotic on its own is just like, you know? And I do understand, okay, that this is a little bit hypocritical coming from me, the, what's the phrase? Mendacious logorrhea that I am, but come on. Come on. If I don't know a word, it doesn't exist. Okay, yeah, I'll need to think of it on this one. Cold thing is fine. There's a lot of messiness around here. Does this actually use a good group in the end? I think this could be worked into something that's quite good. I think it needed a bit more time in the oven. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put that at C plus, I think. You cannot read mer format. Skill issue. Realizing that referencing a really well, it's not obscure actually. Referencing a British 1980s sitcom, is probably not going to actually get you anywhere. So you know, Vendulans. Sorry, it's just like I'm sorry. The only thing I can think of is a Vindaloo. The only thing I can think of is a fucking Vindaloo right there, right? I would like a Vindaloo, please. Thank you. You know, it's the only thing I can think of. Side note, when people say, fucking, we have shitty food, we have Vindaloos. Just saying. Granted, it was imported, but we have fucking Vindaloos, so I'm not gonna fucking hear it. Mer, you have fucking jellied eels. Yeah, and you have mushroom pie. I'm not gonna hear it. Also, being quite honest, complaining about jellied eels is really classist because the whole point of jellied eels it was a food for workers, you know, workers doing work for no fucking pay. It was a nice nutritional food because there's so many eels in the Thames. Unwavering XY that every 5 cards you cast, if the what? Jebwambo? That's not each turn, is it? The counter doesn't reset on end step. You fucking bellends. Okay, I look away for one turn. I forget. It would be tracked. No, it would actually be tracked. To be fair, so like, there's not actually that much of a problem But ooh, my design sensibilities are being violated. Ew. Ew. Okay. Vendul townsfolk. Okay, we got these nice. Is this voodoo? Is this voodoo? Am I seeing voodoo here? Yeah, I think this is quite clearly voodoo. Spite! Vengeance! Grief! Ire! Who the fuck is Spite? Okay, Visions of the Dead. Oh, my sniff's gone on camera. Brilliant. Okay. The Emissary. Candidate number is tasked by stimulating down by her lord. Okay. Well, no. Little bit of a cultural, sussy wussies. Here to go from voodoo to Japan to European witches. Careful. Be careful with that. But also, I'm really not one to give a shit about correct cultural representations. Just that stuff looks better if you do, in my personal opinion. More than there being like some ethical issue. Okay. Okay. Unweaving plus, so... Cast it as a gear? With a stat bonus of... Wait. So if it's the 5th card you cast it as a gear with that stat bonus. Wait, that means you don't get the studs. Wait, that means Unweaving is actively bad half the time. The Spanish are worse, by the way. Unweaving is an obstacle you have to avoid. Okay, so how do they stop that, right? I mean, on one end, this does open up like really funny things, like when this card is cast, all your opponent's cards gain Unweaving +0/+0 in hand, in deck even. That's my little sixth sense of humor coming out. After got active structure, aiming for your spell and draw, destroy the fight to this way, draw a fleeting card. Okay, that's a lot of text. An effectless copy of it, except it's green. Why, though? Why? For each non-color gear attached to it, give yourself a card corresponding. That gives color. Okay, that's a... yeah, okay. Non-colorless gear. Is there a reason it's non-colorless? Why is this non-colorless? Is there a reason you can't just put Wraith on it? So to have Fragile this fighter, that's... okay. Okay, I see what you're doing with the really funny, I put this onto an enemy fighter and it's removal. That's kind of funny. Except... I don't have to make them pretty. They'll be fodder after all! Yeah, this card just kills itself. Okay, so let's look at the flavor. Okay, let's focus on that. The flavor, we got patches. Thank you, Patsan, my first ally here. I'll carry you and your people's wishes quite literally. Aww. Having some oil energy and air tucked out of her heart stops. Okay. Storming the bell tower. The bell tower. And oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the 5th, unweaving. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Neil is taking over and doing it along with their life. Which makes them a gear. Okay. With Western witchcraft. Wait, no, you're not supposed to preempt my criticisms. Excuse me. Oi! Oi! What do you mean it's a Western witchcraft? What do you mean you know it's European? That's actually annoyed me for some reason. How dare you be culturally aware, you gimboids. Okay, let's go cast the Okay, that's just words of text. Let's go attack to if I tell this card, got dice to effect to fighters. Mo when he sees the apartheid group. I mean, I like the emissary. Bit generic, but again, candidates are generic. I mean, the top end being Yuri support, given what Yuri is actually good. I actually think this really should be Yuri support, given look at the Yuri. Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up say I think that in terms of raw flavor, I think this is the single best submission thus far. In terms of raw flavor alone, this is the single best submission. You've got this East West versus West theme going on here. Okay, you have these cool little patch guys, which really that feels very Doomspire. Very Doomspire, the weird little guys. You know, the emissary being your A support, which like ties into her character in a way that isn't just, oh, you play your race. It's also something else. So, and also this unweaving thing of every 5 hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it unweaves. So, in terms of raw flavor, this is the single best submission. I'm happy to say. Unfortunately, oh, it's rough mechanically. It's really, really rough mechanically. Like, for one to be an arsehole, the fact this is a dream shield is when that's like an Act 2 thing. That's more of an Act 2 thing. This is really more supposed to be Act 1. I said you could have both, but I do feel that this is really closely to more like Act 1's themes. So this being a dream shield's a little bit of a miss. That's more like a ding though, rather than a kill. The fact this card just kills itself for its cost. The fact this card, unwaving is like actively a downside half the time. Unweaving. I'm not sure how I would make unweaving. I'm not sure how I would fix this mechanic at all. I'm not sure how I would fix the mechanic at all. it's actually that much of a like an issue. I'm not sure how I would fix unweaving at all. Like, I guess what we're looking for is this theme of like repetition, right? We have this repetition going on where the bell tower every 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, bam. You see how I keep going back to this card, and like there's that theme. So you'd want this like, and that means they lose their needles. So I guess you'd want somebody to do the needles themselves. How would I represent that? The fact that like I'm actually like considering taking effort to see how I would do this shows how well this flavor is. Because it's actually like I'm going like, how would I actually do that thing justice? Hmm. Well, I guess I'd focus less on like needles themselves and more patches per se. Hmm. Their numbers dwindle as the bell rings faster, but their morale remains intact. Mwah. Beautiful. Yeah, this is the group I would say I actively want this to win. It's not going to. It's not going to. Um, yeah, okay. Okay, I need a small break.
Wow, that was awesome.
Breathing really works. Thanks, Yap Yap. I feel a lot better.
Same here. I'm sorry I got upset and blamed you, Barksalox.
I'm sorry I got upset too.
There it is. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, pups, how's it going?
Hi, Bowizzle. I was just thinking that when I grow up, I want to be a rock star. I'll sing and dance and make people happy all over the world.
That's great, Yap Yap. When I grow up, I would love to be a doctor. When people are feeling sick, I can make them feel better.
That's amazing.
When you have a dream, you hold on tight.
Okay, sorry about that. You know, tradition states that you have to watch, the next one in like the piss playlist. But I can't be fucking bothered. So you know what? No. No. Let's get back to work. The time wastes. Yes, Podoxing Shubel, I'm aware. Wait, who's the owner? Ah. Chamber X. Drawing your end step, if this card is unlocked, attach X amounts of bullets to this card. Decide between attacking early or not attacking at all. In order to win the Pyrrhic War of Attrition, just remember to strike while the big iron is hot. Okay. The time wastes. A domain inhabited by a god that can control time. And that many Fine. Fine, I'll do the fucking thing. Okay. Okay, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Fine. What Roblox game is it? Growling. Alright, what is this? Come on! No, 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 sorry, you don't get to fucking put in a game. No, come on. Come on, it's right there. Come on. Come on. Come on. And other annoying noises that I can make. Considering skipping you just for that, to be honest. Okay. If a card's unlocked, attach exploits. So if you don't attack, you get bullets. Okay. When is this deal of... Okay. Well, that card's... Wait, the bullets stack. Okay, so we have Chamber X, which gives, like, guns. A brainwashed or Trillatrix. Auxiliatrix. Auxiliatrix? What do you mean frame 1 mer confusion? There is no... No, this is simple. This is simple. The main thing is just that usually when you shoot a gun, right, when you shoot a bullet, right, the bullet is spent. So what do you mean the bullet isn't spent? This mechanic is going to run into problems. The main problem it's going to run into is, for instance, with constructs here... Oh, hang on. Is that after? It's when it finishes. So this is after this attacks. Okay. That is a fun little common, I would say. Like, gives a bullet. I don't feel like it needs this. I think it should just have Chamber 1, but okay. When this card dies, has 3 more gear attached, draw a card. Is that blue-red? What was the 3 gear one? That was with yellow more, really. I'll accept it, though. Ooh, potential deck list. Neat. With the 7 starters. The 7 starters. I know, okay, no. Okay. Okay. Yes, you are supposed to play with 7 starters, or like less than 8, usually. Fair enough. But generally for starter decks in general, like sample deck lists, we always put 8 in because it guarantees you get to play 8 starters. The rules was supposed to say run every card, and we would just run every card. Like we would just replace like a Samurai Shock with it, or like or Hui and Yui Long, you know? I'd probably replace like that with like the Flat Flyer, some kind. But that's another problem. Saloon Keeper! With its effect damage, use some available action. Yeah, okay. Wait, does this... Oh, this is just a target fighter. It's not even a target enemy fighter. It's just a target fighter. So this will run into the problem where when you're winning, you have to shoot yourself because they have no fighters in play. The bullets proc and they go. The world is seen through equinox and clockwork. Past and present would probably be better. Juryless executor. I would avoid saying the judge here, but as I return, all our intercept abilities as if it is the end of your turn. Okay. During intercept, double powerful gears on top. Why does this bomb bit exist? Why do you not trust it having chamber 6 enough? Why does this bottom bit need to be here? No. You're doing something. I don't know which Roblox game you're referencing, but there has to be something. Okay. Why are you noting its name? Like, this just, like, you don't need to note a name here, but that's okay. So we've got cowboys. Do we have anything else? We don't. Okay, this feels a little bit too straight right now. Like, too straightly like cowboys. I would be expecting some texture regarding the fact it's the time wastes and they can control time to actually matter here. Like, the same person splayed and spread for all of time and space. One day his death will hold meaning. Not yet, though, not now. Come on. Come on. That's awesome, actually. Edgy as fuck, but awesome. It's like, why? I just don't feel like I get anything else here. This is all just kind of more cowboy stuff. I'd want something that's more directly, okay, what does this time control look like? Played by the visual of a man no one could ever catch, he left livid to eternal perfect recreations of his eidolon come high noon. Eidolon. What I would be looking for here is some type of way of turning back the clock. In some way. Or, like, just something that's more... Like, you get unlocks, okay, that's fair enough. And, like, when it's the final locked eye fighters, that's kind of cool, but, like, I think... Oh, it does have cogs. Ah. I like how... Okay, this is the one card. This is the one card where you would justify infinite recursion, right? and he gets a good once. I think that's actually a little bit sad. Yeah, there's a lot of like this is kind of gonna be like a death by 1,000 cuts type of criticism, where there's a lot of good here. I actually like the basic concept of Chamber of if you don't attack, you get something. I actually like that. I think the idea of you get bullets, which then like endlessly do bread, because I love being able to do like repeated bread over and over and over again. I think the scaling on that is probably off, but just like you don't attack, you get something. I think that's cool. Um, you'd probably want a more simplistic card than a bullet when you're doing it. Okay. Mm, okay, I think also charges and gears on the same thing is like really cringe. Um, hmm. But like the core thing is there. I do like this common. But if you cut off that like risk card attacks, I actually like this card a lot. So I'm willing to at least give this. Yeah, okay. From the way people were talking about it, I feel like they were expecting like this like complete murder. Man, no, I don't think it gets that. I don't think it's murder tier. Eh, I murder. And true. Heh! I solo Magoria. Right. Well, okay. Okay. Where are we at? Manipulate. Attach a finger to over a copy the effect style in parentheses. Cleave. Okay. Right. Cleveland, Ohio. The mechanic. Right. Your opponent may then choose to stop the manipulate gear from attaching by returning the target effect to its hand for the gears attached. Okay. The prestige, the audience, the performers, the hobbyist, the guy with the really stupid powdered wig, the hands, the stagehands, the tokens, which you ran out of time from. Yeah, you ran out of time, didn't you? Yeah, you ran out of time. No, there's no missing out here. Okay. So, already, this is going to be a bit weird, okay? So you attach manipulator card, and then your opponent can either remove the manipulation or return it. Okay. Or part of the fight they're on. Okay. Okay. brief is this? Okay. So once it deals so enters play as a 500 300. So it does damage. When you discard a card, you manipulate, which I get to then attach a card and go bounce it or take bread. That's probably too powerful. Well, actually, no, it's actually not powerful. That's actually complicated. In an interesting way. There's an elegance there. Where... One moment, I've taken watch out. Yeah, it may be right. So, like, level 1, basically level 1 observation here is that bouncing a fighter is really powerful, like, extremely powerful. Which means that you are tempted to manipulate. But... I think this is an awesome mechanic, but a terrible group. If that makes sense. No, I need to clarify that better. This is an awesome mechanic, which will cause a terrible group if it's used as a mechanic. For the group. There we go. Who actually is this guy? Sorry, mod chat stuff. Because Mer is a responsible human being who always makes sure that the integrity of the server is in paramount, even when I'm entertaining people. I know. Tell you what. There you go. Realizing this is insulting to your intelligence, but I don't care. Okay. Sorry about that. I love it. I fucking love it, right? You know the fucking scam that goes around someone showed me porn, what the fuck? Okay. When the guy is not even verified. Not even verified in the server, right? It's that fucking scam where they like get the mods to ban someone, and then they go, "Oh yeah, oh you got banned. Oh, you want to be one of the mods in the server if you want to get unbanned, hidden." You know? Fuck those people. Can we finish the song? Okay.
I keep on trying till it's time. It's time.
Are you happy now? Right, thank you. I love scammers. I love scammers. I love scammers. Okay. Nah, that's the point. I actually don't even know where I am right now. Are we here? Is this where we are? Is this the judging chat? Can we leave song recommendations for intermissions? No. Not because I don't trust you, but because I don't think we're going to have that many intermissions for you to give song recommendations in the first place. So, the undecided. Okay, no. Let's actually start. Watch it whenever a fighter is returned to its owner's hand, manipulate. Okay, so this just means I don't want to manipulate. Aha. I think Delightful Dolls probably deliver. It's too repetitive. This probably just wants to be like an on-cast. But the fact that it can like happen over and over and over and over and over again, I think severely hurts it. Hmm. This is going to be one of those meaty submissions again, which I don't. It's annoying for first impressions anyway. It's good for groups generally. If a group is meaty, that's generally a good sign, but it's not a good sign if it's. Uh, Right. I'm actually okay. I'm still dazed. You can tell I'm not dazed. Okay, full audience. Briefly, okay. That's how'd that play actually? So don't play that. Play that. Also noticing this is actually downside going first. This relies on going second. Okay. Hmm. That manipulates. I'm sorry for not being a bit silent and not like communicating quite well. This is just a difficult group to like comment on, just because it is so. The fact you have this bridging options. Oh, Mobabu. Who's Mobabu? It's a hotel. Okay. That's a bit interesting. Thank you, Mobabu Hotel and Yugata for being the inspiration for the the undecided. Hmm. Right. Let's try and power through again. Where were we? We were at top right. That's a powerful card. That wants a white on it. Well, I think it doesn't even need that. If it had two or more, it could just draw a card. If you want it to draw a card, it probably should just draw a card. If it ends life in the process, yep. You're obligated to love my work. Damn! This is a criticism of me. Damn! I can't believe it. Am I the showman? Hang on a moment. This isn't a card that when it puts itself face down in defense position and is then flipped face up, you get the other hand. Hello, I would like that card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Into box cards. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, whenever the target draw card. What? X fucking what? Whenever okay, that's a little bit cheap to a card draw engine of that power level. Like, no, left hand is like actually fine, actually. Like it's quite powerful. I wouldn't print it, but like it is nowhere near the level of egregious as this. Yes, the right hand will be on the left because that's how like rotations work. I don't have a camera, but like if I put like, this is my body, right? If I put out my left hand, it would actually be my right hand. And if I put out my right hand, that would be my left hand. Because it's flipped. Domina Dramatica. Also, what does Isolamagoria actually mean? Like, isolated? Hmm. Wait, what even... Why are you reducing its cost by... Because it's a good manipulate target. Okay. Okay. I like that, but the problem is that requires your opponent to consent. And as much as I love consent, I think it's very important. Generally, in a competitive card game, relying on your opponent to be nice to you is a bad move. Um, so I think... Yeah, it's bounced or it gets a give on it. But I think I'd rather just have the... Is it just because this one's negative? It's just because this card is negative and just misreading this group. Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay. What the... Oh, that just goes in a big loop. That's fun. Okay. There's something here. I think... Hmm. This is actually going to be the I don't know tier. This gets its own tier. Ain't that exciting? I already did! Multiple times! I called it the undecided. You... Git. Right. No, but sister, why is it named after a hotel? No, why did they name it after a hotel? I'm distracted now. The fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Merapi Lava Tour? Wait, they got the Borobudur? Wait, the Borobudur's there? Ooh, damn. Shit, I love the Borobudur. Right, okay. Before I start this next one, I just need to quickly check that my dad is okay, because he's ill. Real quick. I can't be asked to read that, it's dad time.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes. There it is. That's right. And that's all that I'm gonna ever be. Be you, be you, be you. Say it again. I am me. No, be you. And that's all that I'm gonna ever be. Oh, in a world full of clones, be you where you belong.
In a world full of clones, be where you belong. Okay. Damn. Right, top one. Are you who you are? Are you being who you are? Production shoe bill. Of course you are. Because that's your identity, isn't it? Yeah. Who has a toxic identity? You do. You have a toxic identity, yeah. Right, okay, enough being weird. So far, an horror group set in the violent domain of Eternus Valhalla, in which two factions exist in turmoil. The dolls who follow the edge without delay and live in the city, and the traitors who oppose her warmongering tendencies and survive in the surrounding desert. It's right in the walls of the abattoir. Needs time. What the fuck's the abattoir? The fuck's the abattoir? What? Okay. Thanks. AOVs piss them against each other in constant gladiator battles for own entertainment. Some follow her ways without question, some reject them at every turn, but a certain visitor arrives to change everything. Okay. You also ran out of time, didn't you? Okay. Doll. Specialize. What does that mean? What does that mean? All I'm saying is that specialize, a number, attach a heat of battle. Okay. X and more gears attack trigger a follow effect. Once each turn per fight and destroy all. Okay. Okay. So if you get a bunch of gears on them, you remove them, you get a bonus, which is based on the card. Okay. Okay, that was less of a heart attack than I was expecting. Okay. Attach a heat of battle. What's a heat of battle? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Yes, I'm stupid. No, because that's heat of battle. This is heat of the battle. Thank you. Hmm. Okay. So when there's 3 gears, you attach this to 2 other gears. Okay. So this is going to be quite Killikin-like. And I think I prefer Killikins. Probably. I think Killikins are a more elegant way of doing this. Just because you're already encouraged to remove the gears anyway. But this is kind of that more Killikin kind of vibe. Okay. Highest favor? What's highest favor? Okay, no. This having 2 keywords, like, right back to back, is evil. And it's also here. And also there's heated battle here. And there's also Aya's favor. It's like, oh, this is... Did you need 2 of them? Especially when this attaches heated battle. So it's not... It's... Why can't this just attach heated battle? Why is it attach favor? Okay. Like, I guess it makes sense because, like, you know, you have the people who want to... Like, you have the dolls and the traitors, which we are gonna see, right? Like, this is the doll. Where's the traitors? Okay. Neat. That's a neat card. I like it. It's a little bit forced. I would like it to have, like, base stats rather than, like, gaining health and power. I would like to have base stats instead, because that way it's still, like, useful even if you can't get, like, the combo application off, but I like that. I like Asco Traitor. Yeah, the nesting here is going to kill this group. Like, the nesting from Aya's favor into Hero's Battle, that's going to kill this group outright, probably. Especially because, like, Aya's favor also has, like, a second effect on it. I don't think it even needs that. It even has, like, a weird, like, stat bonus to it. Wait, it's also bread? Wait, so now I now have to also consider that this is, like... Hmm. Hmm. The Lamenting. Give yourself 2 choices. Okay. Mask of a Traitor is... that thing. Okay. Whenever an ally attacks or is attacked, attach your battle to a randomized fighter. Okay. Specialized 5, draw a card. Uh... Am I just stupid? Why is this brain fog coming over me that means I'm not able to actually do commentary on anything? Mask a traitor that fighter, and it generates. Right, okay, so it specializes, attach it to that fighter, and then this fighter generates. Okay. I think there's something cool here, but the problem at a more fundamental level is that. How do I word this? Because it's using these two different tokens, and because this token is actually just this token in disguise with like another line of text on it, and is also secretly bred. Like, what is this stat line? This is not an easy stat line to like understand. It does mean that all these cards feel a little bit too I'm like constantly gravitating to this section of the group to understand what the fuck's going on. I can't fully internalize it. Like, did this need to give this type of stat bonus? And if it did, why is it not on this card? This card's fine. If this is basically just impurities. Cool impurities, I think this card's called. It's been a while. That card was an absolute git to get working properly. I'm happy with it now that it is what it is, but it was a git to get working properly in a way that wasn't awkward. Hmm. Okay. I think this has a nice. I do like this flavor here. I do like the flavor here. Like, of like these two sides. I think you could have done it better. I would have loved to see a little bit more contrast between the dolls and the traitors, because imagine for a moment that I remove all of the text, just all the text from the names, so you couldn't tell what. Just only have the artwork. Could you tell me which ones are dolls and which ones are traitors? I don't think you could. Especially because Mask of a Traitor is the same trait done by these dolls. So, and saying, oh yeah, the red ones are traitors while the yellow ones are dolls, that doesn't really work in my opinion, because there's way more yellow cards than red cards, and one of the red cards is more doll themed, given the doll mask, than traitor themed. Hmm. Hang on. Okay. Also, yeah, like this is just like a complete mess of helper box here. I think there's something cool here. I think Specialize is probably a good mechanic. It's more adjacent to Floors than Floors itself, but I think there's something useful in Specialize. I think Specialize fails to properly sell the themes of this group. Where, to my understanding, the themes of this group is you have dolls and you have traitors, and they're fighting each other, but it turns out they really should be working together. That's my understanding of this group right now. Like, it does seem to me that, like, the Air actively enjoys the fighting of the traitors. They actively enjoys it. Although, maybe that reading is wrong. Regardless, how does all of this stuff, all this war, all this fighting, how does that relate to specializing? And how does that relate to removing gears from fighters after you've got a bunch of them? These are the questions I would be asking here. If I was going to do this group, what I'd probably do is I would probably have a mechanic where you either choose if a card is a doll or a traitor. You have to make them make a choice, commit to it, and you do it in such a way where even though you want them all to be dolls, what you really want is a bunch of traitors to scapegoat at the same time. And I try to like get that type of gameplay, or that type of like feeling in the gameplay. I don't think you're achieving that here. So, okay, I think I've said everything to say here. Thank you, Prodox and Shubil. 4 left. Fiscals. 2 oh boys in chat. Oh dear. Aura Farmer! Super Lightning Aura, 1 in 1 million. When this card is cast, disconnected. During your step, give yourself a microtransaction. Okay. Ah. Yeah, okay. I was told it would be extremely obvious when like the AI allegations, which aren't an AI allegation because we just were actually given the sheets behind. It's just very clear they probably just ran out of time. Because yeah, that is incredible. That is incredible artwork. Consume.exe with all the cores and all the detail. Oh, that looks like a CEX poster. That's a British thing for Okay. Select that equal disconnected. Okay, physical fight. Okay, I like how this said absolutely nothing. Select an allied fighter, it becomes disconnected. What does that mean? Okay. Probably a better way to like reconnect it. Okay. Where's God's cast disconnect? Disconnected during a give itself microtransaction. This it says what it attacks, right? Or attacks. Okay. So get this bonus until you attack. Okay. I wonder if you could have just said that, like, you get this bonus until you attack. And that probably just seems like massively cleaner than everything else going on here. Demon Hunter YTXX. Yeah, you got it. Mythical, angelic, crocu biscuit. They got it. Okay. Alright. Okay, so what's a microtransaction? Can I find the microtransaction? I really don't. I might just. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay. This is why I prefer the Mer skeleton, because it is so much easier. Just go. It's right there, because it's a token. Wasn't that so much easier? Holy shit, it was so much easier. Oh, disconnected. They have different artwork. The discon. Oh, that's oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's good. And that's a good artwork too. With those eyes. Those piercing eyes. Okay. Microtransactions are this card. Well, all microtransactions in your hand gain for 12%. And they're Devour TM. Yeah, let's have fun. George, it's bedtime! Mom, wait! I just caught the mythic angelic croco biscuit! If nothing else, before I've even looked at this group, I am amused by it. Which is a good sign. That's auspicious. Microtransaction. Right. Okay. Whatever. Wait, that will just immediately trigger. Well, this is a trapeze and a half. Yep. Okay. Okay. This is like the pinnacle of trapeze right here. This card really is just when you've casted 3 or more fights this turn, or once when you've done that, all enemy fighters lose 200 health and power. What is the disconnect actually doing here? Microtransaction. You guys don't stand a chance against me. Okay, right. Where are we at? We're at 21. First timer. Yep, obviously get the stupidly rare thing on your first time to, like, rig it. All the colours. I really am getting the impression the people who made this had fun working on it, which is a good sign. Wait, is that pixel art? No, it's not. Okay. So, it does have that shading, it does have that dithering to it, though. Oh. Disconnect during any step, give yourself a microtransaction. Okay. Most things all commons to be 9. That's good, not 12. That's good. When this card is disconnected, give yourself a physical fighter at the start of your turn. Good. Okay, so this is taking the piss off offline. Okay, no, okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it a lot more now. I'd probably want a card like it plays itself, or like something that more like just hammers in. This is about offline progress. But otherwise, no, I'm enjoying this right now. Micro to disconnect. Like probably disconnect just wants to be. It loses this ability when it attacks. Or it has its disconnect ability until it attacks. A microtransaction, which is one of these things. Yeah. When a disconnected fighter attacks, it becomes connected again and loses disconnected effects. I'm gonna be real, Lated. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That was kind of like it was on the Murd skeleton. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, yeah. I definitely will say this is really badly. Yeah, this is not a good wording of the keyword, especially when the good wording is right there, and this is actually fine as a mechanic. Usually people want to attack, so encouraging them for not doing it tends to be a problem. Or it doesn't tend to, it just means that like sometimes you'll get into situations where you want to press advantage, but you can't actually do that because then you lose the thing that gives you the advantage to press in the first place. I'm high on this right now, though. I would say I'm pretty high on this group right now. So it turns, or when the squad is disconnected. I'm curious, Aiden, what did you think the reconnect condition was? Did you think there was one? A microtransaction. The squad generates. Microtransactions getting stronger if there's more of them. I will say you probably don't need to like encourage like casting that many microtransactions. Like you don't need to like be encouraged to cast microtransactions. Although in this case this generates, so that's fine. But like the case of this, I don't think this is needed. Hey, it's a sweat because you get the microtransactions. You cast micro disc. That's good. Remember, these are first impressions only. Ratings will move around over time. When Scott's cast just for a physical card, disconnect it twice your turn whenever you cast a microtransaction. This card generates. Yep, that's fine. I mean, searching for a physical is a little bit weird because, like, you cast the card and then get another copy of itself immediately, and those stats of that color combination is a little bit weird, but. Once ever. Yeah, but I don't like that card. Fiscal advertiser. What's up, divas? Pink here with another game already obsessed with. Vibes? Immaculate. Gameplay? Let's find out, babes. Ooh, woo. Two microtransactions. If there's an added microtransaction or if I can trip out, sure. Let's go cast disconnect. During a step, if there are two more disconnect allied fighters, recurrent allied fighter except it's fading. Give yourself two microtransactions, change the cost to 3. More monetization! That's fun. That's fun. And also that just like works elegantly with the actual like microtransaction effect. Although that might be a little bit that card's probably just overpowered. Come to think of it. 300, so we have 300 and a 350, 350. And if it had like another white, you get like a 350 and a 400 and a. Yeah, yikes. Copying and division? Why copying and division? I think that's probably not unless there's division. Don't think that immunity's doing anything. Once ever someone consumed.exe. Okay. I see the logic. I guess I'm just let them do that. You know? And this card's fun. Yep, just cast the microtransactions. Okay. I'm gonna say that I'm fairly high on this, actually. I'm gonna say I'm high on this group. It does have its problems. I think this card is just overpowered. I think this card is, like, silly. I'm a little bit annoyed at how much trapezing is going on. 12 Fiscal Fires disconnect this game. The classic. Probably didn't have to be rank 12. That's a bit weird. But I also understand why it is, because it's free. So I'm gonna say I am. Yeah. This is a potential winner. Yeah, this is a potential winner. What's next? That is the anti-doxing bill. Malcoded. Yeah, this is the doxing shoe bill because if I press the Google links, the person who made it gets doxed, and I don't want to do that. Also, I get doxed sometimes, and I don't want to do that to myself. So. You know, I get the impression that's not malcoded. Let's try that again. Sorry about that. Reprogram. Destroy this gear. If the fighter was attached to you, gain stats with how much attached change to the gear being moved. What? Destroy this gear. The fighter it was attached to gains stats equal to how much its stats changed from the gear being removed. Losing 50 health again would give you 50. Right, okay, so it gains the stat modification. So, okay. That is. Ooh. Oh, does matter, thank you. Okay, at the start of your turn, reprogram the oldest gear on this fighter. Right. I can already tell I am going to Yeah, the thing about like art not mattering, right? Is that mechanically speaking, okay, art outright reduces the complexity of your when it's done right, okay. Artwork outright reduces the complexity of your set, of your work. Which is why it's really important to have not just good artwork, but like fitting artwork that matches the themes and emotions you want to convey through the game. So, while I also do everything I can to make sure that like raw art quality doesn't matter, and this is also another reason, another dub for the Mer format, a problem you're going to run into is that how do I word this? We're obviously human, and so we are going to be manipulated. Nay, we are going to be brainwashed by good artwork because we're human beings. And even though I do try to keep that in mind, you know, I am not expecting like super high quality artwork. If that does exist, I am going to appreciate it. Speaking of which, hello there, malicious overwrite. You bloody thing, you. Oh, you would get so fucking censored. This group is F tier just because malicious overwrite looks like blood. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Roblox makes the rules. It's just code, they say though. It's just red code. Nah, gee. Roblox thinks everything these days is either blood or genitalia. So, like, I'm just telling you that this would have to not be in game. Anyway, tongue-in-cheek shit. That's not a joke, by the way. The amount of artworks we've had to change because Roblox's AI system is like a fucking pervert. I hate it. I hate it so much. God! It's a pervert. Okay. My own one artwork criticism I could give it is that a lot of these artworks are quite busy. Noticing like my code scavenger where all those like glitchy effects at the foreground do disguise from what's actually going on. I'd want those more to be more background elements instead of just like overlaid on top. But that's a fucking nitpick and a half. Ooh, we have raws? Ooh, we have raws at high scale. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So, hang on. No stop. Okay. When squads cast 2 non-malcodes, which are minus 50 plus 50, which now means we have to do a shitload of math. Okay, so what is this when you target itself? It is a 300, 400. Okay. Over programs, which is, that's an end step, right? During end step? Start your turn. So, okay, so you would lose, then it'd be a 50. Why would it give 50 health and 50 power if it's based on how much stats changed? Because 50 health has been changed and 50 power has been changed. So that should be 100 100, using the own logic of the mechanic. That should be a 100 100 stat change, using the own logic of the mechanic. No, it says it gains stats given how much. Do you mean its respective stat changes? So it gains health based on how much the health changed, and then power based on how much the power changed. Okay. That is different from just the stats, because that could be total stats. Somewhat, it's not necessarily bad wording. I mean, I will not acquit it of that accusation. But yes, I do think if you're playing around with that type of space, it is good to be very specific about what type of stats we're talking about here. Okay, so it's a 300. So when you play, it's a 300, 400. Next turn, it's a. So it keeps the power gain. So it would still be 400. It would be a 350, 400. And then it'll be a 400, 400. Oh, that's painful. No, it would be a 300, 400 per this thing here. 400, 400. No, it was against your stats. No, you're right. Fuck. See? This is already a really bad sign. If the developer of the game can't even, like, properly calculate, like, exactly what's gonna be here. I think some of this is just, like, minus 50 plus 50. So, like, generally, you'd see this in, like, I avoided that type of stat line in general. Okay. Twice your turn, whenever you discard a card, attach a malcode to a target fighter. Okay. So this does have some implications, though. Right? It weakens a fighter, but only temporarily. That's something cool. I could see us doing this just being like a minus 100, minus 100, that then becomes a 2 plus 200 plus 200. For instance, I think that could be cool. Hey, malcoded transmitter. Yep, that's the type of card I would expect. I personally think Isolation Border Patrol did it better. Okay, I don't know what the terrain is. Woven binary. Through straight through to the code, Mallory is able to suing their minds the binary for complete corrupt control. The code wasn't meant for mere fictoids. The bodies and their minds survive, they're to adapt, reform, succumb. Okay. Flavor here is cool. I like the flavor here. I think there's a little bit of flavor problems here. In that you have this type of malcoding, it does seem to be like taking over, consuming, mind corrupting. But where actually is that? One moment, someone's being a git in chat. Be nice. Okay. Malcode monstrosity. Whenever score attacks texture malcode to itself, whenever gear attached to this fighter, all gears to this fighter gain +0/+50. Okay. Sure. Which means that the malcoding. Okay, so there's two malcodes on this. Okay, let's fucking hang on. Okay, right. It's notepad time. Right, fucking. Right, where's the card? This one, right? Okay, right. So. Okay, so. 1 moment. That's dinner, actually. Sorry. AFK. Sorry about that. I did tell my mother that we are streaming, and I didn't want to be disturbed until midnight, but you do not say no to your mother's cooking. Even though sometimes I wish I could. Was the food good? Yeah, it's edible. And that's suppose as good as it will get, will it, isn't it? We were doing horrible amounts of maths. Right, okay. My mother is okay at cooking. She has a lot of problems being in the kitchen. Kind of personal things I don't want to get into. Okay. Okay, so to the 950, 100. It's 850. 900. No, 850. No, 850. Start of turn. It'll then be a 950. 850. So it gains 50 health a turn and 100 power turn. Yes, okay. So it gains 50 health, 100 power, but then it loses 50 and. Did this have to give power? Could this have just only been like a oh sorry, does this have to lose health? Could this only been like a power gain on loss effect? Why does it have to be both stats? Why did it have to be both stats? Okay. That's fun. That's fun. No, these are not better flaws. I would say. I think like just like the amount of stuff like they're very similar to flaws. I would agree. Except honestly, no, they're not. Because the whole point of flaws is to kind of use it as a currency. You're not really using it as a currency, to my understanding. Hmm. Okay. I think Malcode probably just have something good, but I think it being like minus red plus red is like so. How do I word this? This stacking is just like so unwieldy. The point I feel like I have to get out a notepad every time I like want to do calculations, and you're going to be doing a lot of calculation in Malcode, especially if you get like multiple of them in play at once. Which makes me think that this is probably going to be quite low on the list. Although, it is fairly easily fixable, this thing. Like, you just have to not, like, just make this, like, one of the stats, probably. Or like, use, like, more convenient numbers. Like, if it was on a minus 100, that turned into a 200 in plus, that would make sense. Although this does then become, like, you gain the thing eventually. So it does... I need to think. I'm going to put this in B- now, I would say. Okay. It's doodad time! Aren't you happy about the doodad time? Thank you, and pro-doxing. Doodad drawing contest with actual Robux! With the, Okay, fine. I will accept your, extracurricular ways of tempting me. I'll have to download it. Yeah. Sobbing. Okay. Dunk! Put a doodad gear into your base plate, then gain search visit doodad on your base plate. Attach the oldest doodad in your base plate to a target fighter. Okay. That's the oldest doodad. So you get this, like, okay, so you get a bunch of doodads. It's a dunk. Okay. Doink is a really, what, doodad shipper? Doodad finder. Nah, doesn't matter. Oh, shipper finder. Hmm. I think this means that we're gonna have to make next comp. We're going to have a rule against. We're going to have a rule against fucking, what's the phrase? We are going to have a rule against. Why are the words not coming to my mouth? Many things come out my mouth. Can the words I want also come out my mouth, please? Thank you. We're going to have a rule against having multiple skeletons in a submission. You pick one and you stick with it. Because this is, like, not the first time. There's, like, 3 of them that have, like, had this, like, little discrepancy issue. And also the intent is that you would pick one and stick with it. But, alas. They're not mechanically different, right? Discard a card, cast your dad, discard a card. Yeah, it's fine. They're swapped, are they? Ah, they're swapped. Okay. Minorly annoying, but well, that on topological bases. So doodads, you put them, you don't get a base plate then. Okay, so the mechanic only really works as a way of getting multiple doodads base plate without dunking. I do not like the dunk. I do not like the dunk as a name. There's a cuteness to it. Like, it's not a bad name per se. Like, there's a cuteness to it, but it really could be just mean anything. Like, it would be kind of the same thing as, like, you could actually just call that scrimble fart, to use the common placeholder trope. So there is a cuteness to that, and like there does seem to be what's wanted with. Yeah, that does seem to be wanted given like all the doodads. But these are not what I was expecting when I heard doodads. I'm gonna be real. Not the name. I was expecting like some actual like mechanical things going on, some like gizmos, some thingamajigs. But no, these are cute little guys. The 99% fat content, I can melt them down for butter. Okay. So when I cast Doodah stop, that's going to be what's your turn, isn't it? Yeah, okay. When I cast Doodah a dunk, when I discard a dunk, whenever you dunk. Whenever you dunk. That's Twice your turn, whenever you doink, all kids notified in basically 50. Okay. So like the common play line would be into starter into this. So you'd play this. Well, I mean, I guess you could go second. Play this. Although that doesn't itself, so actually it doesn't really matter. So there's no real way of getting like this this to proc unless you discard a card first. No, you discard a card first, play this, then you play the starter, dunk twice, which will give you these. Doodads inert. They are inert. Okay, they should be black if they're inert. I would appreciate if they were black. Okay. I think this mechanic fundamentally doesn't do anything unless you actually get a lot of doodads without dunking. So we'll start there. Doodad base plate, that's 3 deck slots. Do it on the fighter. Dunk twice and draw a card. Dunk. I mean, the guess the good thing about dunking is like putting Doodad base plate, because of how like tapey it is. How much of a tape it is. It does create this This does have lasting impact in a way that's actually hard to calculate. Where if you keep adding more and more doodads to your base plate, the more they've added, that increases the power of each doink eventually. But you have to doink a lot of times for it to happen. Time to get out the good old fucking notepad. We love notepads. Okay. We don't need to put that much. Come on. Okay, so second dude, put it then it gains, then that's the oldest. Okay, so in a 1 doink topology, sure, that's what we'll call it. Plus 50 plus 50 for each doodad. So it'd be a 50-50. Yeah, so it would as a 0-0 plus 50 plus 50. And then it would attach the oldest doodad. So dunking would just be plus 50 plus 50. Okay. Okay, so if we're in a 2 dunk topology, it would be a plus 50 plus 50 plus 100 plus 100. But the doodad that is in the base plate before it dunked would be. Where are we at? So we're 250, 250. Is this the only one that actually puts one in there? Dunk. Hang on. Am I? Yeah, puts a gear in and then removes a gear. Which means that doinking does not add or remove. It doesn't like change the number of doodads in the base plate when you doink. I'm having a lot of fun reading this group just because I get to say doink a lot. Yeah, it doesn't like increase or decrease the total number. It changes which doodads are in the base plate, but doesn't increase or decrease the total number when you dunk. So actually would be swapped. So in which case, yeah. So this mechanic only works if you can get like more things in the base plate with dunking. Which there's only. Am I just being stupid, or is there only 3 ways? Yeah, there's only like 3 deck slots that actually put another doodad into the base plate. Unless. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, select. Oh my god, Mer, you fucking idiot. You fucking. You forgot the select one. Oh my god. Oh my god. You forgot it was a choice. The video didn't load, and I'm not downloading anything. And also, to be frank, actually, kind of fucked up that you need a video to learn how funding works. Do new players have videos to watch when they play Stagnation or something else? No. Do any of the other groups have videos attached to them to understand how they work? No. Nah, being says this is just me being stupid. I forgot the select one. Okay, that actually just changed everything. Okay, right. Right. That does make this more okay. So this does actually make it less interesting than what I was playing with my head. With the caveat, it now actually works with the actual skeleton provided, so I will take that. I will take that. Okay. So you slowly accumulate them. This does mean that we actually live in a space where you need to dunk twice to get actual stats of a card. And I am worried about the situation where you... I am worried about the situation where you just doink 4 times to get 4 doodads in there. It's a 200-200, and then you just have 200-200 buffs every second doink. But then again, I guess you do it on the tempo. So actually... So, no, like, the simple strategy of that, like, doesn't actually seem to be problematic in of itself. So that should mean that... Okay, I'm going to give Doink a stamp of approval, I think. You're gonna need, like, so many fucking doinks. Like, so many doinks. Let's take a 200, there's like the 4 in there. They have together, so it's gonna be 8 dunks to get 200. And you want to stay at 200. So actually, In this case, under this schema, I think this card is a little bit strategically degenerate, where you want to get a bunch of donkey base plates to get all like the good cards, but I have read it. Like during the end step. Oh, so it has multiple different. Okay, as multiple different. Okay, that's even more. I don't actually change the calculus too much, so that should be fine. That doesn't change the calculus that much. Like, yes, it does make. It does mean that, like, it does increase, like, the average. Gandhi? Fucking Gandhi? Why do we have a fucking Gandhi quote in the doodads? Why do we have a Gandhi quote in the doodads? Unfortunately, this is where I have to ruin you all by noting that actually Gandhi is part of the dodgy archetype, and this is not a joke. Unfortunately, he was part of the dodgy archetype, so that Gandhi quote is not surviving if it gets in. Um. Okay. So I guess you did a dunk. So the expected value of dunking, I won about, well, as you get with turns, I'd won about dunk 3 times. About 3. Much better than 8. Okay, so about 3 times. So how much dunking can I do in 3 turns? In 1 turn, I should say. Like turn 1, 2. You can, turn 1, going first. Discard a card, cast this, dunk twice. Well, like, discard cast that, dunk twice. That's probably, like, optimal. That doesn't, like massive, like, CA, so... In that case, yes, I think... Okay. Doesn't mean you get a stat buff, say, like, by 250, 250, but, like, you're punished by that by having, like, the starter having bad stats, so that's good. That's good, I would say. Okay. Twice to whenever you doink, or you get enough items, we get... Okay, sure. More math that I have to, like, think I understand. Twice to whenever doodad is in your base plate... Attach the base plate, push base plate. That's probably the most powerful card in the group. I am worried that, like... I mean, they can just kill the card, so it actually doesn't matter that much, but I am worried that there's a little bit of strategic degeneracy going on, where what the group wants to do is get a whole bunch of dunks, a whole bunch of dunks in the base plate. Right? And, like, wait a bunch of turns to get those stat buffs. But it's quite probable that just getting a doodad, dunking to get the doodad from this card onto a fighter, like, once your turn, there's a good chance that's probably a better strategy than just playing dunks normally. Although that's the type of critique that would only real actual playtesting could, like, show on. It's more of a concern than anything. It might be the case that, like, it might be the case. But, Not sure. Once card attacks, all tiers of target fighter gain plus 250. Please select if there's 2 more doodads attached to this card. Right. Okay. Stat buffs there. It's fine. 2 more doodads. Hasten, that's a little bit annoying. I mean, generally... Unlock a target fighter. If there's a doodad, dunk twice, draw a card. We got Avo in yellow. Avo is back in yellow. Oh, Avo's back in yellow. It only took 11 years. Nah. This is worse than Avo. Well, being able to dunk twice. I am also worried because dunking is a selection box. You're gonna get a lot of clicking. a lot of clicks. Because when you doink, you have to like click a box, and then click another thing. So like 2 clicks per doink. So if you're dunking multiple times, and it seems like you are like really repeatedly dunking in this group. Get your doodads up, loser! No, no, no. It's my doodad. No, it's mine. When this card attacks, okay. Alright. I am noticing there's a little bit of, when I like this. Why is it cast or attack? Did it have to be both? Why should turn when I do that, attach a fighter, draw a card, and doink? I mean, that is a Terrarian, so I don't really care about Terrarians. They can be anything. Who cares about Terrarians? Let's be real. But, like... wow, that's just like... okay, so you doink, which starts the card, which gives you another menu. So that's like 4 clicks. Hmm. It does self-animate. Huh. It's your turn. An Earth Axe charges 3 times the turn. Animate this terrain. Sure. I mean, self-animate terrains are... I know. It is like, just like... Real question, where's the... draw, draw... Wasn't there more? No, okay. So we are relying on... the terrain, which actually is like a very powerful draw engine in terms of its draws. Although it's like hoop, but like once it's in play, it would be quite powerful. Although it does die quite frequently. Oh. Dude! What's the dude art? Okay, fine. I haven't actually looked Borgs yet, and yeah. Doodad mania! I want nothing but doodads. Give me doodads. Dudes! Dudes! I know such noises. Doodad caretaker. This does feel a little bit similar to Egg Emporium. I imagine this is brief 1 they're having fun with? Yeah. Swarm of doodadders with... that's a frightening human being. No, seriously, what is that person's teeth game? That person is British for artisanal reasons. I don't like it. Okay. Dude-cessive tendencies. Ooh, they made that GIF. That's a nice bit of quality. Okay, what are my general opinions on this? Now that I think I've actually looked at my first impressions. General impressions, doinking is... it's going to take more time for me to really digest this one. I don't think this is a mechanic I can say I like it or like dislike it immediately. I did give a stamp of approval. I think I'm generally leaning towards liking more than disliking. I think my main criticism is just how close this thing feels compared to like Egg Emporium. Where you have doodads here, like, okay, collect the doodads, you have like the microtransactions, where... and also that was a mechanic based around Egg based around doing something, waiting over time, like constantly doing a repeated trigger, and then getting a payoff for it. Mechanically, like in terms of like how they would actually play, yes, they will be quite different, but that raw textual feel is quite similar. Which, if this is brief one, the reason why I am a little bit worried about that. Hello there, pro-doxing, shoe belt. It's because in the brief, that's not even the correct sheet. Let's try that again. Da-da-da-da-da. And this is relevant because if this is following brief one, which I'm pretty sure it does, but that's an if. Um, eh. So I'll think. What does a shoe build that has no strong opinions about doxing look like? That's a great question. And such a question, it looks like that. Hope that helps. I do like what Duda's trying to do. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put this as C+, I think. I have no, like, massively strong opinions either way on Doodads right now, after, like, looking at it. Which, God, that tape measure mechanic, I was, like, thinking actually was in my head. God, I want that. But that's not really not the group's fault, is it? So this gets a first impression score of C+. Take a moment to get a drink. Let's see how... Ooh, I'm almost out of Vimto. Oh dear. Right. Let's see. No. Well, it's a coin flip, isn't it? A shame. I really wanted to piss. Voilum. Okay, neutral doxing. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, if campaign gear gets stats, it will always enter by first trigger's effect for anything else. Okay, why is it doing that? Oh, okay, off top. Okay. All campaign gears card plus 0 if non choosing attach a campaign gear to this card whenever this card gains just support into the base plate. How many tokens is this? That's Okay. Whenever this card gains 2 shots at the ball, put them in your base plate. Okay, so if you find the champion gear, which should be down. That's because I'm stupid. Da-da-da-da-da. Camping. So these are the campaign group ones, which are at the top of the token and not the bottom of the tokens. But okay, I'll fool it. Nice pattern here. Doesn't lead to anything. Okay. All campaigns get plus 0. So everyone chooses just campaign gets this card. But if they get 2, just add them up onto base plate. So we have 3 colour. So yellowless, kind of vampy, kind of gazy. Okay. Voilum. Okay, no, I need to know. What the fuck is a... Thank God. Okay, what the fuck do... Evil Shadarian. Tection, okay. This has made me more confused about what's going on in this group than less confused. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. How are you going to get fish people, money, towers, whoever the fuck that guy is, and cowboys, and that thing? How are you going to tie all that together? It is this group, and then all the groups I skipped for having no Warburg. Are you dead? Which, given the time... Nah, I have time. Okay, well, you can graveyard. Like Sinrot. Okay. Okay, when this goes to its stats, when space engages power, who's health. Okay, so it moves into base plate, so you get a bit of ramp, and then you get the thing later. Okay. Choices. Okay. This is a mechanic. This is the type of mechanic I would put in Temple. This is a very Temple Halo-y kind of mechanic. Obviously not really, because gears weren't there, but you understand what I stood. You probably didn't, actually, but meh. Okay, when it gets tunable stats, move to base plate, switch power, health, and draw. Alright. Okay. That gives all. So, that would be 4 procs of this to get there? Okay. Hey, Dorlon, did you have to put the accent on Eidolon? Like, I'm okay with like fancy accents, but that is not how Eidolon is spelled. Okay, so this is your starter. Yep, when it's cast to watch show in a card through base, you campaign. Okay. So we should get one of this, which you choose and select, and so eventually you get one of these stat choices. Okay. Right. Whenever an alpha attacks target for campaigns, if there's auto gear attached to it, campaigns again. Sure. Once each turn. Yeah, okay. Weirdly well statted, I would say. A little bit weirdly well statted. But not necessarily a problem. It's because they don't grow and like... I mean, it would be 250 attacks. It's like, It's the type of like growing stat line that I would try to avoid on a card of this cost. If Necro Syndicates hadn't happened, I stuck to my guns anyway. But okay. Let's do the power. For every stone that card's colour. Oh, this is really random. That's a really random effect. For every stud in that card's colour. Wait, do you mean, say if it's blue, it's for every blue stud in its cost? Okay. Hmm. I need to think. Hmm. Uses £200. So for a counter-dropping 4-drop, I would want about... Hmm. No, it costs a bit more than Infestation. So I'd want... This one's a bit of an awkward spot where 2 studs is probably too little, but 3 studs is probably a bit too much. At least just on my initial off the napkin calculations. Okay. Hmm. Thinking. When this card's cast, you should have each card token card in your base plate. Call a token base plate. Okay. So non-colors token card, which would be those. Requires a lot of scaling. Like, it requires 4 campaigns to actually get to the point of doing this. If it requires 4 campaigns, then... Hmm. I don't think there's enough campaigns going around. Let me just quickly double check. Let me just check how many actual... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, 28. Okay, that's like the bottom number I would say. Yes, I don't... Because it requires 4 campaigns to proc off. This assumes that campaigning is a lot easier than it actually is, from what I'm reading. Hmm. You notice I'm like very quietly contemplating this group rather than getting being so explosive about it like last time. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, this card like assumes this is like more difficult than it actually is. Like, how much of a campaign do we have? Target fighter loses by each enemy fighter. Cast by balloon. I'm also thinking that straight up isn't. Hang on. Am I stupid? Why do I not have the sheet open? There we go. Right. Here's the. Onboarded. Okay, so it's the same artworks, but not. Okay. Which don't have their all finished. Which I guess helps, doesn't it? Okay. So I would be expecting. Wait, does it actually? Oh my god, it is. Okay, If any of us campaigns were finished this way, give yourself a copy of those fighters. Mm-hmm. Why is this rank 8? This card doesn't feel like it should be rank 8. It also doesn't feel like it should be GB. I feel like if any card should have like red, it should be this one. And also the fact I have to select means that you have to add like 3 different campaigns on the card every time. Like that's like if there are 4 fighters, this is like 4 fucking clicks. This, by the way, is why spiraling is random, because it removes a click, and it also forces players to like have to go. Okay, I've got this emotion. I need to play this way. Instead of here, where players are what's going to happen is players are going to tank their particular choice. Like, do I want a card draw in 4 turns, or do I want a health gain in 4 turns? And it's not going to matter probably because it'll be dead before the campaign. Yeah. But this mechanic, I think, has legs. I'm not massively keen on it. The doxing shoe bill. So this thing, because Fluffle fucking didn't like copy all the documents, there's attached to their original owners, which means that if I look this on stream, they get doxed by the email, and I don't want to do that. So have a shoe bill instead. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do this. That's how I'm gonna do it. Who's next? Well, as much as I would love to piss, unfortunately, we have those other ones to review. Du-du-du-du-du. I do have to review Dreamleft, but that's a first impression thing. Idealators. Let me double check those. I've actually already. Ah, yeah, they didn't have the artwork done. Okay, so I will look at this now. Negative stat bonuses. Okay. You'll love to see it. What, do you want me to skip to Sinrot? I'm fine doing that, because we're on the people who probably should be disqualified, but aren't due to a technicality. So I can just go to Sinrot if you want. Yeah, I'll do that, it's fine. Da-da-da-da-da. In fact, what I can do is just get every single one that's not done yet. Idealators. Proxies. Veterans are fine. Sinrot, there you go. Okay, so 3 groups left. Garden of Sinrot succumbs. F'd it, moving on. Okay. This fighter succumbs to a sin based on the amount of fruits attached to this fighter. 1 and 2 sins of sloth and bloodlust, 2 and 3 sins, envy and gluttony. 4 to 5 sins, wrath and greed. A fighter has 6 sins, such different sins instead. Right. So these are sins. Keep it short. This fighter succumbs to a sin based on... okay. So, let's see. Target fighter succumbs, target fighter succumbs, target ally fighter, this fighter succumbs. This has some severe text issues. I mean, yeah, you'll actually notice I do intentionally ignore as much design notes as I can, because I want to read your group without being led through it. I want to just be able to read your group. And it is a mark of a well-made group if I can just go through your group without you hand-holding me through it. Because again, when new players pick up a deck like this, they're not going to have you to handhold them. This fighter comes to sin based on the number of fruits attached to this fighter. So he has 2 sins. Okay, no, I see it now. I see it now. Right, okay, right. Okay, where's my notepad? So, just make sure. Okay, right, so. This isn't right. Hang on. Hang on. If this is what to two? Sloth. No, that just has to be a typo. That just has to be a typo. Never mind. So unless no, no, it's actually 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the reason why it's 0 is because you have to consider the case of what happens. You cast this turn 1 on an empty board. It succumbs. Nothing's on it. So what happens? And I'm going to wager Sloth is going to be something sensible. Yeah. Now, problem is, okay, the fuck is blood form then? Mm-hmm. What do you mean there's no mention of the fruit? It's right here. Anyway, I am happy to just immediately move on and give this a D and move on, personally. Just because I shouldn't have to reconstruct your group for you. But just to make absolutely sure I'm not being silly, Mer has done all the groups that had artwork. I'm now going on the groups that don't have artwork, so I'll do like a first impression tier list at the end. Okay, succumbs. To target card, target the fighter, this fighter succumbs. So you just target random fighter, this okay. Targets that do nothing, lovely. Worst card succumbs, target fighter, target fighter, it succumbs, then succumbs, it generates, then succumbs. Okay. Hmm. Groundskeeper, what? Okay, if every 2 gears long enough, target fighter comes, switch deck for a Sin Rock card, start turn, target fighter comes, during end step. 2 single ally fighters. So, okay. One moment. Where's Sin Rock? That is. Okay, who's next? We have proxies. Proxies! Telling you all, a Mer Skeleton would look so much harder right now. Okay. Print your card costs 3 or fewer. Stack 2 cards from your hand, print those cards. All gears on this card generate. The reason why we did the group combat this time is because I had this thing planned to release in February, but due to the Doomspire curse, to put it mildly, I was not able to. And so, because people were wanting it and people were expecting it, I wanted it done as soon as possible. Either way, it is unfortunate, but also, like, I don't think anyone would have been happy. Like, yeah, many people also wanted it, like, on the time it was supposed to happen. So, like... And also, I have had group comps previous years at this time before, and they have been fine. So I can agree it sucks, I just also don't think it's like that massive a problem. Like, you were even given extra time throughout the month. So, like, I don't know. I have done what I can to ensure it is like not awkward in that end. Am I disappointed in the submissions? No, I would generally say the average quality submissions are quite good here. I would say. This is definitely not this is not a competition where I would have to usually it's just like there's just like a very clear winner, usually, and I'm not feeling it this time around. Oh, sorry, printing the L card. Okay, so what's printing do? Printing, attach the it is printed when it's okay. I love printing cards. Stocks and armed. Okay. Okay. Everyone rush to be printed from the deck. Every move from the deck is as the fighter. Printer puts the visual version of the card on top of the deck, not the gear. Printer removes the abilities of the card, not printed keyword. If the card is given printed, it retains its abilities. When the fighter destroys another, print the L card that costs 3 of your total swords from your deck. When this card is cast, select 2 from your hand and print. Why am I struggling to understand what printing does when it's right there? Attach the card to this fighter. Oh, that's why. Okay, that is not ranked. But I would, if I was doing this, I would just have this be an inherent there. Printing would just be an inherent thing. So, okay, so this is just a very straight explore deck. Okay. Hmm. Select a cost in your hand to print this card. When this card dies, all gear on this card generate. When you print, summon a 100 printer, which is which card? It's the bottom card of your deck. Unlock this card. Okay. Then why is this unlocking? What? I mean, I guess that's unlocking as like a really pretty clunky way. Like, this is an epic. Why not just have this be like, the actual, you know... If this is, like, an epic, that touch thing, might just have this be the thing itself. I'm fine to do teams of 2 or 3, personally. I think teams of 3 runs the problem where, like, because unfortunately there is a gradation of power level, to use that weird phrase, a gradation of power level between team members. Where I'm mostly worried that, like, all, like, the really good people just make a team of 3, and instead of having, like, a bunch of good groups, we get a handful of really good groups and a handful of really awful groups. I don't think that's really fair, because birds of a feather do flock together. But then again, this hasn't actually been borne out by actual data, so personally, I do think 2 or 3 is the best option. I will also note that I was definitely, like, a little bit blindsided by people wanting teams of 3, because, again, I hadn't been, like, a bunch of other comps before. But because Group Gully took so long, thanks to Doomspire, that a bunch of other people made their own comps, which I wasn't a part of, and I couldn't be a part of due to time constraints. So yeah. I do apologise if I felt a bit kind of boring and being. I think. God, a Mer skeleton would be so convenient. Yeah, fucking hell. Hmm. Generate. Wait, what? No abilities. Okay. That's a pretty annoying card. It puts it on top of the deck, doesn't it? So go neck 2 and CA. Oh. Hmm. I like Kunkei. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Fucking hell, 40 deck slots. Hmm. Okay. I think. Okay. That was proxies, wasn't it? The first impression score. Okay, and then finally we have good old idols. Yes, that is baby tongue. Okay. More of a chill stream at the end, I guess. Distributor gives stuff an idol. That's a fun guy. Hello there. Potential, I think it is. Yes. An idol, which is one of these negative cards. Actions task scholar, have the power, it generates. Okay. Red generation, weird. Hallow's wood chipper. Maybe water, and I'll have them, I'll attach them. So get this, go some nitro, which is I'm going to do skeleton, attach this and generates. Generation red. I don't like this level generation. It feels a bit weird. That's Nidal, get Nidal, makes sense. We're attaching Nidal to enemy fight tickets, and stat bonus. Okay, so get. Should I attach Nidal to an enemy? Why did I do that to an enemy though? Hang on. Am I. Hmm. Like, this does feel like a first draft, so I can't really, like. Hmm. Okay, I think. This is the first draft. I can't really be too mean on this. Nothing Orbeck, like, definitely is like a minus. In a way, that's kind of hurting what's going on here. Yeah, big attached MEI is always fine. Although, I feel in this case it just gets a bit too I feel it is a little bit too in the direction of allied stuff, with the exception of rewarding idol. This card is like it's also just terrible compared to the other two. Well, I feel like you'd actually just rather have like the damage or the like card flow, but the this bit, hmm. Okay, I'm going to give that a nice where is no? Did I not do regulators? Oh, that's the one I just did. Okay, right. I'm gonna give that D+. And just double check that's every single group. 1, 2. Yep, that's all of them. Okay, I will now. Where is that tier maker? Where's that tier maker? Is it in pins? It might be in pins. Yeah. Let's port them all over. Alright. Let's see if I can remember which one's even which. Okay. Okay, so so far in C. I put a Spire Delve in C. I think this group is actually really cool. It's just well, it's the fact it's like a straight version of it, and also it's just like stupidly broken. But I like I do like what they're doing in Walk. I do like the type of thing they're going for here. So I am happy with it. I do like it a lot. Okay. Can I find the spider for work? Yep. You can tell I don't really use artworks that much like reference cards because I can't find it, despite the fact it should be right there. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. Is it? Am I just stupid? I'm just stupid. But where is it? Okay, actually, I'm just stupid given. Is it that one? No, that's the. Is it even there? Okay. Despite everything. Nope. Despite elf, look at check. Should probably just check judging first. It's this one? Okay, that is I don't even hang on. Where is that in Oh, okay. Okay, I was looking at the claws too much. Okay. Irritating. Okay, auto. I believe I know you are. You are that one, right? Yeah. Tasks. I put you in C minus. Should be this one. C minus. Two dads, I don't. Yep, C plus. Dream Weft is. Are they all? If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky, they'll be in alphabetical order, but probably not. Oh, I actually think I am just lucky. Okay, yep, that's discordance. That's in B. Babs are you're B minus. She has 5 fingers. You anti-intellectual pieces of fucking shit. She has 5 fingers. Shit. Sorry. Yeah, no, this is not AI. I'm sorry, it's not AI. Anyway, Hooked is next, which is in the Huggies. Am I stupid? El stupido, where is the cat? The tokens. Okay, the sloppy game, which is a B. Oh, Dealator's not in, probably because the Boom got queued to Spider Major. Ooh. I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna buy Celigoria. I'm gonna buy Celigoria, near in like top of C, I'll say. If I can fucking find it. A snap. Right, okay. Where the fuck is it this guy? Okay. Yep, this one's really obvious, which is a good sign. I'd have to go hunting for it. Why is it so hard for me to find the correct artwork? When I'm actually directly looking. Of course, it's Chip Administrator. Okay. There we go. Isolate native, side face. Where is this thing past all the other things? Okay, perfect one. This is in C minus. More than you though. right. No, it doesn't feel right at all. You know what? No, trust. No. Oh, well, I will actually just unorder them. I think that's only fair. Okay. Look, look, that was my profile picture folder. What? Do you want to look through my profile picture folder? Like, have fun! There you go. There's my profile picture folder of all the profile pictures I've had in the past 5 years. Alright. Hey, does Sleuths not even have... Oh, no. It- yeah, I don't think there is any like clear. This group is definitely going to win compared to like usually when there it normally is just like a 2 to 3 just standout winners. I'm not feeling it this time. I could see a lot of potential winners here. These are not ordered. I They do have the groups that are missing arts because I've added them. Eh. Right, well, shit's awkward now. Yeah, I think I lost my shit yesterday too much, so I just kind of be more tired here. I think it's that mod call I had to do. Ah. What do you mean none of them felt compelling?